Good morning. Indrani ma'am, good morning.
Sumati, good morning.
Sir has joined, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good morning, good morning.
Jay, good morning, Jay.
Good morning. I'm here.
Yeah. I could see you. Very good morning, Jay. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation without making any delay. For the first time itself, you said yes. I'm so happy.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Okay. Now it is a webinar. You have easily joined. After the this corona pandemic and all, you should visit our Tamil Nadu.
Sure.
Should visit any of the college. We will arrange it. We are anxious to hear you, sir.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward.
Yeah, thank you.
A very good morning, sir. I'm happy to introduce myself as Dr. Sumati. Shall we go online?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm extending a very heartfelt welcome to Dr. R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Haryana, to enlighten us on the topic National Education Policy and Quality Enhancement by Engaging Stakeholders. I welcome the participants for this final day of the National Level Virtual Faculty Development Program on NEP implementation for internal quality assurance in HEI. Let us begin today's program with prayer.
தனம் தரும் கல்வி தரும் ஒரு நாளும் தளர்வரியா மனம் தரும் தனம் தரும் கல்வி தரும் ஒரு நாளும் தளர்வரியா மனம் தரும் தெய்வ வடிவும் தரும் நெஞ்சில் வஞ்சமில்லா இனம் தரும் நல்லனையெல்லாம் தரும் நல்லனையெல்லாம் தரும் அன்பர் என்பவர்க்கே கனம் தரும் பூங்குழலாள் அபிராமி கடை கண்களே
Thank you. I am extremely happy to welcome Dr. R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Haryana, into our midst on behalf of PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore, in association with SSUN Tamil Nadu chapter. Now I request Dr. Lalita Ramaswamy, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, PSG College of Arts and Science, and co-convener in Autonomy Wing of SSUN, to welcome the guests and introduce our guest of honor.
Ma'am, namaste to everybody. Dr. Sumati, there's a small correction. I am a retired professor and retired as head of department of nutrition of PSG College of Arts and Science. So it's 3 years since my retirement. So
I'll stand corrected.
It doesn't matter because it is all going live on YouTube. So it should not there should not be any discrepancy in that, right? Anyway, I'm very happy to be associated with SSUN, and it is because of SSUN that I'm still continuing to be involved in some academics. And today, I'm happy to introduce Professor R.K. Mittal. His full name is actually Raj Kumar Mittal. So he is a noted economist and a management thinker who has got more than 30 years of experience as a teacher, as a researcher, as well as administrator and an institution builder. He's presently the Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Haryana. Sir, I remember this Bhiwani because I have traveled via Bhiwani to Pilani.
Oh, yeah.
A great place. Previously, he had been the founder of Vice Chancellor of Tirthankar Mahavir University at Moradabad. And definitely that is a very prestigious position, being the founder Vice Chancellor. And the Dean of University of School of Management Studies, University School of Education, and University School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Guru Gobind Singh University, New Delhi. As Director Development, he has handled various activities related to IQAC, RUSA, AISH, NAC, UGC, and Convocation, and you can name furthermore, at GGSIP University. As a researcher, he has contributed more than 100 research papers in several peer-reviewed journals. He is, apart from that, he has also edited several books, and he's also supervised and probably continuing to supervise about 15 PhDs. He is associated actively with several professional bodies such as AIMA, GIFT, Indian Economic Association, and has been the member of several statutory bodies in many universities and management institutions. He has delivered more than 100 invited talks in leading institutions and organized several prestigious international and national conferences and workshops on contemporary issues in management, economics, and quality enhancement in academic institutions. For his significant contributions to the corporate life of GGSIP University, in 2002, he was conferred with the prestigious Best Teacher Award. Very proudly presenting to all of you, Professor Raj Kumar Mittal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
So
now I call upon Dr. R.K. Mittal, the eminent guest of honor, into our mess for enlightening us on the important topic, NEP and quality enhancement by engaging stakeholders. Dice is yours, sir.
So at the outset, I thank Dr. Lalita Ramaswamiji for Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello.
Sir, you are audible.
Okay. So at the outset, I thank Dr. Lalita Ramaswamiji for kind words about me. And I'm also thankful to the Dr. Indraniji and Dr. K. Sumatiji for giving me this opportunity to interact with the participants, the faculty of the state of Tamil Nadu, I believe. And I'm very happy that PSGR Krishnamal College for Women has taken this very important initiative of organizing this faculty development on a new education policy implementation for internal quality assurance in higher education institutions. I deliberately have selected this topic. The topic for my discussion would be new education policy and quality enhancement by engaging stakeholders. Why stakeholders are important? So this is basically the area I will be emphasizing upon, and based on my almost, you can say, 30 years of experience, more so as a vice chancellor and as a dean, I have come to the conclusion that unless and until we have a very strong engagement of all stakeholders, be it student, faculty, government, local community, administration, business community, all these people, they have important role to play to develop a quality institution. And as far as the quality assurance, internal quality assurance is concerned, this basically is the essence or objective, that how we have internal systems in place which ensure quality education uh, to the student. So therefore, for ensuring quality, engaging with the student has become very critical. Now, if you look at today's scenario, then the the most important criticism which we listen today is that although in number the institutions in India have increased significantly, gross enrollment ratio has also increased significantly, which is around 27% today. But the quality of the education in terms of contribution of research to local community or towards innovation or towards publication in quality journals or patenting system, intellectual property rights contribution, as well as employability of the students, graduates. That by all parameter is not encouraging and leaves lot of question mark, and therefore we focus upon how to improve the quality. And this new education policy, as far as the higher education sector is concerned, have significantly, you can say, the scenario is likely to be changed. The few things which new education policy emphasize as far as higher education is concerned is that instead of fragmented knowledge, the students must be given the holistic knowledge. And the multidisciplinarity has been emphasized, that all colleges and universities should focus upon multiple discipline, and very rigid, fragmented approach of art, science, and commerce type that will not work. We have seen in the COVID scenario as well. COVID is not a simply medical issue. It also involves economic issues. It also involves security issues. It also involves regulatory framework, and so many other social dimensions are involved in this. And therefore, to properly handle the problems in a today's interrelated world, we need to have a holistic education and not a fragmented knowledge. So this is multidisciplinarity has been emphasized in this new education policy. At the same time, the new education policy focuses on the holistic integrated development of the students, so that they are equipped with the skills of 21st century, not only basic skills, but higher skills of problem solving, critical thinking, networking in a today world, good communication system embedded with strong values, ethical foundation, etc. So these are the, I mean, this is another very important dimension of this new education policy. It also talks about that employability and livelihood has to be emphasized. Students simply are not getting the degrees; they must be, I mean, able to get the jobs. Job has become a very critical issue these days, and therefore this policy emphasized upon imparting practical knowledge, skill formation, integration with teaching, learning with ICT, also talks about 4.0, fourth industrial revolution, which consists of this blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, automation, robotics, etc. All these types of skills which are going to uh, change the way we will think, we will work. All these things are going to be changed, and we have seen even during the COVID time also this type of thinking. So these type of skills, especially skill formation, has been emphasized in this new education policy. This new education policy also talks about that the distinction between curricular and extracurricular activities should not be there. And learning can be from any place, like learning can be from a classroom, learning can be from a playground, learning could be through cultural activity, sports, visiting a rural area, working with NGOs, government organizations, through internships program. So learning sources are many, and therefore all these learnings should be, I mean, students should be given the platforms and opportunities so that they can, as per their interest, hone these skills and develop, you can say, in totality. And totality in the sense that they should not only be professionally sound, but should be socially sensitive, and also thinks about the philosophy of giving to the society back, contributing to the, you can say, country. So the focus therefore of the new education policy is student-centric. More and more flexibility has been given in this new education policy to the student. They can, enter any time, leave any time as per their need, requirement. Credit system, credit bank would be there. So flexibility, exit, entry, etc. These things have been again and again emphasized in this new education policy, so that we don't work in a rigid system, rather we work in a flexible system. So overall, this is the philosophy of the new education policy. Now, as far as the stakeholders are concerned, I think the biggest stakeholder is student, and therefore the educational institutions in higher education especially have to think in what way, how, what platforms can be created at our own level so that students feel engaged and their inherent potential that should be developed. They should understand them. They should understand their capability and accordingly work. Like I give you an example. Like in Chaudhary Bansilal University, we tried in our own way in collaboration with Shiksha Sanskriti Uttan Nyas that we have created 11 hobby clubs. One is photography, dance, drama, art, music, culinary skills, food and nutrition, then social service, IT clubs, etc., etc. Now, student from the first year in PG level we have introduced, they join any one of these clubs, and they, under the mentorship of one faculty, perform such type of activities. And my experience is that students are very happy. Their involvement is very happy. I believe that this involvement in any, you can say, hobby will ultimately be this involvement, this passion, their passion ultimately may be converted into a profession. We don't know. A student of Hindi, by adopting photography, start their own business of photography or something else at a later See, so the point I am simply making is that students must be involved through different activities, and each one inherent talent that must be explored and given, you can say some opportunity to the students. So this is a challenge. How the teachers will do this, we have to think over. We have tried in our own way, like through hobby clubs. The other people can do it through other ways. So student involvement is one. Second, the faculty. Now, whatever we talk, all these things, whether issue of social sensitivity or social sensitization, or engaging with the local community, or quality education, or integration, or giving practical knowledge to the students, change in pedagogy, examination system, everything depends upon enlightened teacher. When I say enlightened teachers, those teachers who have a, you can say, strong understanding of the changing scenario of the education, and those teachers who are building their capacity regularly. Now, new education policy talks about merit-based system, career advance system, more facilities, more opportunities, training programs, so that capacity of the teachers to understand, comprehend the changes improves. And if we have a satisfied teacher, then I think the objectives of new education policy or education in general could be achieved. If a teacher is struggling with day-to-day problems, not happy, frustrated, he cannot deliver anything. That is for sure. And therefore, again, through this IQAC cell or otherwise, we have to see that teacher capabilities are developed. Now, 1, 2, 3 example I would like to quote here, which I feel and which I in fact little tried also. At Tirthankar Mahavir University, which is a private sector university at Moradabad in Uttar Pradesh, very big university now. What we tried was that every, you can say, summer holidays, 3 to 4 teachers, we were sending them to the industry, so that 1 or 2, 4 or 5 weeks they spent during the vacations, salary would be paid, and in that process they get industrial perspective of the things. The problem today is that teachers many times are very strong theoretically but lacks in practical foundation. They, whatever knowledge we give to the student, we fail to relate it with the practical life. So that creates a problem. So unless and until teachers themselves are groomed and work in harmony with the industry, things cannot be changed. So how to do that? We have to think in our own way according to the circumstances. The second thing, like in Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, we have a system of some colloquium. We call it, we used to call it Wednesday colloquium. Every Wednesday, some eminent lectures were delivered, and effort was that some internal faculty are connected in this program. So one faculty, maybe not necessarily that every time professor, maybe assistant professor, they deliver the talk on their subject so that others are also familiar with the topic. And this is how interdisciplinary research could be fostered. I am from management, and management is also important for any person related to psychology or botany or zoology or mathematics or any other person. Similarly, a law faculty can deliver a talk on constitutional values, which this new education policy emphasizes. Information, computer science, information technology teacher can deliver a talk on 4.0 technologies, which are very important. Or biodiversity by a teacher from zoology or botany, and so forth. So some platforms could be created whereby teachers interact with themselves. Now, very honestly, I would like to say that one of the problems I observed at various institutions I work is that we have stopped as a teacher discussing the problems among themselves. In my time when I was in MA, way back in 1985 from Kurukshetra University, our teacher used to discuss during the tea or coffee time, and students used to visit in their room cabins, and they used to discuss and read books, etc. Now this reading habit and discussion habit has stopped, and therefore we need to create such type of mechanism whereby teachers very frequently sit, discuss the problems they face, how to improve the things. Once this practice is done, I believe it will change the whole teaching scenario. Now we are almost, busy in so many things, but the critical issues of handling students and other emerging problems we won't discuss. So this has to be changed. Similarly, we all know that research, especially at the college level, research involves a lot of you can say resources, and sometimes we don't get. And how to you can say create research ecosystem. What I feel is that teachers must be involved with the local community. Teachers must be involved with the local businesses, local institutions. Also involve the student into the process. Because writing a paper simply for sake of publication, maybe that it adds to the knowledge, but how this knowledge creation is helping the community, that also becomes very important. Like at Chaudhary Bansilal University, what we tried at our own level is that we have the vision of this university is that we should be recognized by our contribution to the society through innovation, entrepreneurship, higher education, etc. University surely can help the small businesses. We interacted with the local community, local businesses, and came to the conclusion that they want digitally, they should be supported in marketing their product, which university can do. In one of our villages, 5 villages we adopted, we created one library in a village. And my experience of living in a village tells me that students in a village lack sometimes electricity, sometimes don't have a proper place, even during the exams to read, write, internet connectivity, etc. So if we are able to provide a small library in a village just by, through some books, providing books, internet facility, etc., it will immensely help the local boys, and maybe we are able to make some change in the life of those students. This is how we can make our education system more relevant and connected with the society. We can also explore certain critical issues which they face: electricity, water supply, cleanliness, diversification of the agriculture sector, and so forth. So these are, I'm suggesting how it can be done, that we can link our research to the local problems, and our educational institutions should be recognized as a problem solver. We have to develop our capacity to solve the problem. That automatically, I would say that our prestige and branding will improve in the neighboring. We will get a lot of support, and we will be contributing in this way to the, you can say, knowledge base. Knowledge would be more practical, and ultimately will help in growth of, you can say, innovation and entrepreneurship, which is the essence of Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is how we can contribute in making country Atmanirbhar, linking with the society. This is very essential. So in this way, we can link with this society, which is local community, which is very important stakeholder. We can help the student, we can develop the faculty. And my experience also suggests that a academic institution has to be in touch with the media. Media plays also very important role. You know, social media or this print media, electronic media, you know, sometimes the quality of the coverage given and the petty issues they are indulged with many times, uh, that many times create problems for running an educational institution. So if we communicate with them, our policies, our work, share the findings, involve them, then probably society would become more aware. People would become more aware about the initiatives taken by the, you can say, institute, and positive branding image in this process would be created, which I believe today is very, very essential. The important stakeholder is the industry. As I also mentioned earlier, that for raising the resources is a big constraint. If we are able to solve their problem, especially I would like, don't go for, think of big industries always. Even small industries, we can solve their problem, involve them in our board of studies boards, invite them for some talks. And in a virtual world, or the situation today we are facing, COVID-like type of situation, uh, everyone we find wants to be connected and talk to the students and faculty. So this is the right time, I think, to be connected with the industry people. So industry people will give perspective of industry, the dynamics of working, provide some practical understanding of the problems, real life problems, with the share their ideas with the student, faculty, and this will create a right ecosystem uh, for the student. This will also ultimately help in getting good training and placement of our student. So liaising with the industry, I think this is also very important, and we should improve our capacity to solve their problem, because they believe that institution hardly will offer any solution to us, and that's why they are not connected with us. But in this process, they will also learn, and they should also come forward, because ultimately educational institutes prepare the manpower for their benefit and for the benefit of the overall society. So industry people, they are also very important stakeholder in this process. Government is another. Government and local administration, they are also very important, because if you liaison with the government, then you get funding, you get so many problems solved, and if we maintain in a way make a lot of gap, then many times it also created problem. But that doesn't mean that we are compromising with the, or I am against autonomy. Government interference or liaising with the government always never mean that we are eroding or compromising with the autonomy. Autonomy is very important. So friends, I believe that if we properly engage with the stakeholder, we come to know the feedback, we are able to create a positive ecosystem, environment, and trust in the systems, and that trust, transparency, accountability, etc., which are the words which are very oftenly used, they get a practical shape. And I believe that these types of things, if done, will help in creating our internal systems which are so strong. Automatically the quality of education will improve. I personally feel that external controls many times are exercised, focused upon, controlled by UGC, controlled by Directorate of Higher Education, controlled by government, or controlled by many other things. But important control is internal systems. Through objectivity, transparency, accountability, using, you can say, ICT, discussion, platforms, and by, you can say, developing a very enlightened leadership also, it plays a very important role. I think this also is very critical, and this new education policy emphasizes upon creating enlightened and very energetic, dynamic leaderships at all stages in the educational institute. And leadership also makes the difference between good and, you can say, the poor institution. So friends, I think these are some of the thoughts I was thinking I must share with you. The topic is very, you can say, broad. Continue speaking on that. I don't know how much is the time with me, or I have exceeded the time. Indrani ji, how much is the time left for me?
Ji.
How much is the time left?
Ji, another half an hour you can easily take, Ji.
Okay, half an hour I can speak?
Yeah. You can, Ji.
Okay.
Sumati? Yes, Ji. Yes. You can.
Okay. So I mean, in broad, I have given you the different types of challenges which are there before the educational system. And I now would like to focus upon more on like the research, how to build a research ecosystem in the educational institutions. At Tirthankar Mahavir University, I was also facing the situation whereby we were not receiving grant from the any research, any government institutions, means ICT, UGC, or any other body. But then we thought of that let us have some small amount earmarked for research, and this even I'm trying at this present position at Chaudhary Bansilal University in Bhiwani. We developed a policy that we will give short-term project to the teachers, and those short-term project must address the local problems. Like in Bhiwani, we have a soil toxicity. How to address it? Water is very heavy. This is another problem. Today, people are, a lot of people are facing infectious diseases. This is another problem. So small problem of projects which could be completed in a short span of time, less than 1 year, we sanctioned and even explored the funding from the local people and CSR activity. And I think this has also, we just have started here, but in Muradabad we completed that process. That also helped in creating good research paper. The quality, the condition is that one good publication would be there out of the project. That is the condition as per UGC list. One paper must be published. That automatically help those teachers even who are not able to access for one region or the other region the research grant. Then some, you can say, faculty development programs primarily focusing on you can say this research methodology, write a good paper, etc. Faculty needs to be given exposure, because unless and until they know the things, and we should not indulge in any confirmatory research. Let it be, problem solving type of research, not bound by any previous results, etc. Original research that India needs. And research is very important, because you all know that the contribution of our research institutes in patent filing is minimal. Very few research institutes, they file patents. Hardly, I think, our patent filing is 50,000 per year. I think 40,000, and China, etc. They file in more than 6 lakhs a year. So that capacity has to be enhanced. Research capacity has to be enhanced, and whatever. The another thing is that we should not focus for research. Many times we too much give importance to funding and other things. In social sciences, at least from where the area to which I belong, many times we don't require much funding. Even from our own resources or small resources given by the local people, industry or institute themselves, we can carry out a good research. And this research capability, in this building the research capability, student also should be involved. Now in local, this COVID situation, how to revive small businesses in a local community. People can do and conduct some service. We don't have much data on this. That will also help in, government is giving so much packages, economic package, this package, and etc. But many times people are not aware how to improve the people's understanding of government policies program. It could be a project for student as well. One more, the way we did, I would like to share with you all, like how we promote interdisciplinarity to the student in the education system. We have one system of open electives. Under this, Presently, we offer 20 subjects under this. Under this open elective mechanism, suppose every department, like commerce department, they offer a program on entrepreneurship. Now this program is offered to students other than the students of commerce, because commerce department, they already have this paper. So students from other departments, say biotechnology, physics, chemistry, math, or any other, they have the options to opt this paper. The another is on health and wellness, offered by physical education department, again for the student of the other. Similarly, any other department, say English department, they offer a paper on communication, effective communication. This is also to the other. So in this way, we have tried to optimize with the resources, and more and more choices are now being offered to the students by different departments, which really makes the, you can say, the student from the different departments, they sit together, discuss. That also, you can say, help in making the learning holistic. Student of different departments sit together and learn. This is how interdisciplinarity has been improved. Another very effective, I would like to say, and very happy that with the help of Shiksha Sanskriti Utthhan Nyas, Manya Shri Atul Kothari ji's guidance, we have developed a national curriculum on character building and personality development. And this is based on the Upanishad Panchkosha's principle, which is Annamaya Kosh, Manomaya Kosh, then Pranamaya Kosh, Vijnanmaya Kosh, and Anandamaya Kosh, which basically talks about the holistic development of the students from their body, mind, and soul. Healthy student, mentally alert, take wise decision, and ultimately being spiritual, very sensitive people to the, society, and ethical in behavior. And this holistic curriculum which we have developed, in fact, we have circulated to all universities. And this is a 4-semester course in which we have tried to inbuilt the knowledge of our great, you can say, spiritual and other leaders like Swami Vivekananda, Shivaji, Mahatma Gandhi, Jyotiba Bhai Phule. We have tried to inbuilt the yoga practices, the Ayurvedic medicines, the certain, you can say, values which our constitution talks about: democracy, togetherness, harmony, equity, love and affection, giving back to society. All these dimensions have been properly incorporated in this curriculum. I will send a copy to Dr. Indrani ji also, and she might be having, I don't know. So I will send. This is how you can say, the holistic development of student can take place. And friends, believe me that new education policy doesn't mean that it will start working when instructions and other things will come from the government. These things have already been implemented, and any educational institute at their own level can, I think, start the quality initiatives. The problems are there, I understand. Numerous problems education sector faces. Resource crunch is there, interference might be there, faculty shortage is there, indiscipline sometime in the students. But despite all these things, we have enough capability within the systems to implement 60 to 70% of the new education policy proposals at our own end. When will the Higher Education Commission will be formatted? When will this reorganization process of UGC ICT will ultimately take place? National Research Foundation would be there. ABC credit transfer and other things would be there. Autonomy to universities and colleges would be there. Autonomy to grant degree to these institutions would take place. We don't know, but we should make our own preparations. We should make our own preparations at the earliest. And I think the purpose of this internal quality assurance cell is also the same, that internally we make systems so efficient that automatically we deliver quality. But we will deliver the quality if we have teachers, students, and other people, leadership aware of the issues and how to deliver the quality. So I believe that every institutions, as Shiksha Sanskriti Uthan Atul Kothari ji again and again emphasizes, that we need to create committees of committed teachers who can, in a way, you can say, take the lead in implementing the things. And more, you can say, discussions and strategies to implement shall be, needs to be in a way formulated for this purpose. So this is how I think we can empower the students through different platforms. And this is how we can address most of the problems of the student, faculty, any grievance set mechanism, etc. So if we have such systems in place, there will not be any compromise with the quality, merit, and grievances would be handled smoothly, which is the basic purpose of running any, you can say, educational institution. Similarly, I think one very important point which I would like to discuss is the collaborations. Again, based on my experience, I would like to say that at our own level, we need to collaborate with the other institutions. Time has come whereby we should optimize in the use of the resources. We all faces resource constraint, that we all know. maybe laboratory, maybe other ICT resources, maybe teachers, maybe any other resource. Now, if we are able to cooperate with the maybe the local, I again and again emphasizing local industry which is within our control, even the other organizations, be research organizations, be academy, other institutes, universities, international level, finally. Through this process, we will be able to, you can say, pull the resources and solve the problems most of the problems which we today faces. We have so much duplication of resources. Labs are there, computer labs are there. Even within the university, the different departments are not able to cooperate and work together. Every department wants a different library. Everyone department wants a different types of lab. Why? If resource constraint is with us. Through these collaborations, we will be able to exchange faculty, student, joint research can be conducted. The problem of meagerness of the resources could be sorted out. And best practices of the different institutes we will be able to learn. Already, I think NEP and other bodies, they are publishing, they are providing all such information through internet. So that can be done. That also brings realism into the, you can say, education, and some joint research project could be completed. Most of the time today in social sciences, I have seen people from different countries, different universities hardly have joint publications, because that gives an idea that people don't collaborate. But in most of the universities which are good universities, then there we find a lot of such type of collaborations takes place. So collaboration with industry, collaboration with the colleges, collaborations at university level, collaborations at industry level, domestic industry, all should be explored for better quality education. Teachers must be involved in curriculum framing. Whatever we talk, this new education policy, unless and until each and every teacher is a participant to the discussion on framing the curriculum, discussing the development of pedagogies, they will not be able to give a shape, practical shape to the proposals. Suppose if I say that the people must be involved with the local communities, and how it is to be done, what are the benefits of that? What are the different activities through which it can be done? If faculty is involved in all these processes, so I think the real purpose of education would be served. The present problem is that every teacher is given the copy of the syllabus, and they are never been part of this curriculum development, and therefore they never know the processes also. If they are part of the processes, they know how to deliver the things. So at our own level, such workshops and discussion must take place. So I think these are my observations. And lastly, country today is facing the real problem of unemployment. Youth is facing unemployment problem, and we are dealing with the youth. Skill development is very important, and every educational institute must have, I think, must give a serious thought how to develop the skill of the student. And every education must in their curriculum must build at least 1-2 skills to the student, or at least 1-2 papers which give distinctive advantage to the student to get the job, livelihood after completing the course. While like I give you again what we did, 2 years back we started the process of revamping the syllabi of the different programs, UG and PG. PG level we could do it successfully. We developed a matrix that all certain things must be ensured in every syllabus. Like one was IT. Every student must be IT trained. Not trained, but IT aware, I would say. This was one. I mean, in Hindi, English, or any subject, IT paper must. Then paper on character building and personality development, which is being developed in association with Shiksha Sanskrit Uttanyas. Every course must have some component of that, which is based on the requirement of the department and keeping in mind their need and its applicability. That was second. Third was the choice through open elective, that is to promote multidisciplinarity. Students were given wide options, even certain MOOC courses to the extent as prescribed by UGC, 20% being given to them. That was the third thing which we focused while developing the curriculum. The fourth was employability. I told each and every one department that few special, you can say, content should be which makes the student efficient in getting the job. Like in management, like in commerce, understanding of tally software, certain other software, digital marketing, accountancy software, they were introduced. So every department will take care of how to have employability aspect taken care of. That was the another thing which we. So 5-6 points we identified, and in every course we tried as per the requirement. So every institute these days, I think, need to have to focus on skill building of the student so that they don't face problems at the time of after completing their degree. And this can be done. Even we can collaborate with the local level polytechnics, ITIs, engineering colleges in this process, and start even imparting training to local people, unskilled people. India's problem is that majority, more than 90% of the jobs are in unskilled, you can say unorganized sector, informal sector. And the problem of the informal sector is their productivity is low. Carpenter, badhai, kumhar, these local people. If we can through training programs improve that, that will make the education more relevant and will also improve the, you can say, the contribution of the institute. So these types of things must be taken care of. So I think I have spoken my mind on different aspects, connecting with the stakeholders, quality, new education policy, and I pointed out that most of the things can be started just now, don't require much approvals, only mindset change is required to be taken care of. and we have so many problems, but we have to give the message to the student that be solution provider, be the problem solver, be the job provider, not the job seeker. This is the requirement of making country Atmanirbhar, and this is the need of the education system, at least in higher education. So again, I think I stop here. If there is any question, I can take up. I thank the college, Dr. Indrani ji, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important topic. In fact, for the last 30 years, I have been engaged in this process of having quality in educational institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very enlightening lecture. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically and develop intelligence and character. In your lecture, you have brought up very beautifully the importance of engaging stakeholders, multidisciplinary approach of NEP, and uprising us of 360-degree learning, learning through sports, cultural activities, fieldwork, and your speech explored various skills of students' enhancement, social sensitization through practical programs, and faculty quality enhancement. Also, you have given an eye-opener on building a research ecosystem in collaboration with the other laboratories. Thank you very much, sir. We will implement your suggestions and observations to develop physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually healthy students through knowledge-based, skill-based, research-based, and value-based curriculum and innovative skill-developing pedagogies. I thank especially to you, Dr. Mitchell, and I thank all other participants, and I request all of you to join again for this live session at 2 p.m. today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for nice speech. We'll let us looking forward further programs of this type, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indrani.
ஏன் சுமதி? ஆமா, ஏன்? என்னம்மா? மோஸ்ட்ல என்னமோ இருக்கு, அது இதுதான் இருக்கு. போச்சா? அது ஓடிடுச்சு. playing at songs. நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதா? ஏன் சுமதி கேக்கலையா? சரி, நீங்க பேசுறது கேட்காட்டி என்ன லாஸ்? நீங்க பேசுறது எதுவும் கேட்கல.
அது என்னன்னா கீ வந்து லாஸ்ட்ல இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஒரு பட்டன் இருக்கும், அது டச் பண்ணீங்கனால இந்த மைக் சிம்பிள் இருக்கு பாருங்க, அங்க இருக்கும். மேல லெஃப்ட் டாப் கார்னர்ல போனீங்கன்னா
இப்ப வந்துருச்சா?
போன்ல இருக்கேன். லெஃப்ட் டாப் கார்னர் போனீங்கன்னா அதே மாதிரி மைக் வந்து கிராஸ்ல இருக்குன்னா அதே எடுத்துடுங்க. ரெண்டு இடத்துலயும் ரெண்டு மைக்குமே வந்து கார்னர்ல தான் இருக்கு. சரிங்க சார், வரேன். நான் ஜூம்ல வரேன்.
ஸ்கிரீனை ஷேர் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஷேர் ஆயிருக்கா? சொல்லு சுமதி.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் ஆயிருக்கு, நான் பண்றேன். பேசிட்டு மிஸ் கால் கொடுத்துறேன்.
மிஸ் கால் கொடுத்தா ஐ கேன் கோ ஹெட்.
அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க போய்க்கோங்க. எந்த பிரச்சனைனாலும் நான் வந்து உங்களுக்கு கால் பண்றேன், இல்லாட்டி நீங்க வாட்ஸ்அப் பண்ணிட்டு என்ன பண்ணலாம். இப்போ
நான் வந்து மைக்ல ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கேன்.
நீங்க ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கீங்க, நீங்க பேசுறதெல்லாம் கேக்குது தெளிவா.
ஓகே, பிரச்சனை இல்ல. ஓகே,
சரி சார், பண்ணிடுறேன். நான் எங்கிட்ட மிஸ் கால் வந்த உடனே நீங்க ஆரம்பிச்சுக்கலாம்.
ஓகே,
சரி.
Ma'am, shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, please, you can start. You can start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin the afternoon session of day 3. Excellence is the result of caring more than others think is wise, risking more than others think is safe, dreaming more than others think is practical, and expecting more than others think is possible. We extend a very warm welcome to the guest of the session, Dr. P. Kandaswamy, sir, FNASC, who is associated with our institution since its inception. Dr. P. Kandaswamy, sir, needs no special introduction. He is the guide, philosopher, and mentor of all the mathematics department of this region. Being former professor and head of the Department of Mathematics, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, Sir is currently associated with Energy Conversion Research Center, Doshisha University, Japan, as visiting professor. He has also served as Controller of Examinations, Bharatiyar University, and Director of School of Distance Education of Bharatiyar University. He has guided 63 MPhil scholars and 14 PhD scholars and has published more than 150 research papers in international journals. Some of the awards he has won include Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, UGC National Associateship, INSA JSPS International Scientist Exchange Award, INSA Royal Society International Scientist Exchange Award, William Monk Award, the University of Hong Kong, and the list goes on. May we now solicit our guest of the session, Dr. P. Kandaswamy, sir, Professor and Head Retired, Department of Mathematics, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, to deliver the technical talk on the topic, Need for IQAS in Higher Educational Institutions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for a nice introduction. And also at the outset, I thank the organizers of this program for inviting me to share some of my views on new education policy and the need for internal quality assurance. Firstly, I have got something to say in general about what quality is. You can talk about quality only when what you really need as an output. As far as the education system is concerned, the inputs are our children and the output are our graduates at all levels. But some people have the concept that we should train people to work in industries or organizations and things like. Another part of the society thinks that man-making is education. The new education policy seemed to attempt simultaneously on both these things. But the attempt here, if I personally say, is trying to take the existing Macaulay introduced Indian education system directly to the presently existing Western education system, which is totally independent. The situation in Western countries or the developed countries is entirely different, because in these institutes, they are totally input-based. Input-based in the sense, children are the masters or students are the masters. They can demand things for themselves. Teachers are more self-conscious. They provide what children need. At the same time, when it comes to evaluation, they are very strict. What is prevailing in India is that children do not know how to demand them. In fact, they do not really know what they need and what their rights are. We don't permit them to know their requirements or their rights and demand for. I would give you two examples. The first and foremost is that if you go to the developed country, the first class, a freshman in developed countries, the first year students are our first semester students as freshmen. The freshmen first see inside the class the senior most faculty. So this really helps them a lot in the sense the senior most faculty always handle the first semester classes. All classes in the first semester in general are handled by the senior most faculty. The reason is that they think that the senior people who have a lot of experience over teaching and also have well understood the psychology of the children can deliver better things in the beginning. They can create a good fundamental concepts within the children's mind so that they can carry forward the things for future classes. And a freshman can question inside the class the senior most faculty. That is prevailing in all Western education system. Diametrically opposite exists in India. The senior most faculty in India think that it is an insult for them to go and meet the younger class or first semester student. They think that in the last semester or in the final year students are things like only I should teach. And the second thing is, we don't allow our children to ask questions. We teachers still have the mindset that when questions are asked, our authority is questioned. Unfortunately, that is not so. What is really the thing is that the child did not understand what you said. You may be an authority. You are great. You may be knowing everything, but the child did not understand. So the responsibility of the teacher inside the class is to make the child understand, make every children understand inside the class. When such disparity is existing in the classroom, how difficult it is, you see, to bring in an education system which is existing in developed countries into a conservative teaching system in India. That is first hurdle we have. The second thing that we have is something about our evaluation. We are very strict in admitting children. We are very strict inside the class. But when we go to evaluate, you would see that we are liberal. A teacher thinks that if 90% of the children who attended their class gets passed, then the teaching is great. Whereas that it is not the thing that how many children have understood. So their understanding is not tested in their in the testing process that we have in the existing Indian system. So we should change the attitude of the teacher inside the class. We should make children understand their rights. They have every right to ask questions, and they should understand the subject that is being taught inside the class. So when the teacher is there, teacher doesn't even spend much time on the evaluation process. When an internal assessment test, you leave the final test. But in the case of internal assessment, how many of our teachers seriously set question papers? And how seriously they are evaluated, not only in the internal assessment classes, but also in the final exams. The attitude of the present day teachers or in yesteryear teachers, the things were that I try to make most children pass so that nobody will question me. At the same time, let me not give more marks at the higher end. These two things spoil the education at top. Totally, these two things spoil because the bright child doesn't get what the child deserves. And the child who did not understand anything inside the class is also made to get pass. But the real sad thing is that in the market, job market, the student who is bright and the student who is average, both are equal. Particularly when it comes into the question of teaching faculty, most mediocres come to join teaching faculty. It is a sad thing in India, existing thing in India is very sad that only mediocres come. Only people who have interest in teaching should come. People should not become teachers by chance. People should become teachers by choice. They should select. They should have an aptitude for teaching. And they should have an upright quality and character. These two things should make their evaluation process as honest as or as transparent as possible. When that is not there, the whole education system would collapse. So how are we going to fit these things into our new education policy? The existing children who do not know their rights, they do not know what they need, they just think that by getting a degree, they will get a job and get along. And the teachers who are not very serious about the evaluation process and who think that questions inside the classrooms are challenge to their authority. When in such a system, the new education policy that we have, which has ambitious things in it, very, very ambitious things. So many new things. But if you look at what I have shared in front of you, that the involvement of students in quality assurance, how much involvement we give to our students. If we don't give the right assurance for the children, then they do not know what quality is. They think that getting marks is quality. Getting marks alone is not the quality. So firstly, we should educate our students that what quality education is and what is meant by they getting educated with quality assured education. This really is not a small thing. We should educate children and we should give them free hand. We should allow our senior faculty, because mostly the senior faculty don't get that quickly inserted or don't think that they got inserted. Questions are welcome, or they will explain children in a much more better way. So how are we going to balance these things? How to make children fearless inside the classroom? That is what the most important thing. I should tell you, my dear friends, an incident that took place when I was visiting the Tohoku University, Japan, in Sendai. Possibly one of the best universities in Japan. That year when I was visiting the university, there were, in fact, two of their alumni got Nobel Prize, one for physics and another for chemistry. So the physics person was very old. He is 70 plus. And the chemistry person was very young, 40 or 50 plus. Both of them got Nobel Prize that year. And when both of them were invited, first the physics person got up and said that all that I learned in Japan in the conservative education system, the knowledge imparted in me, all these things made me get this Nobel Prize. That's what his concluding things almost was. But the chemistry person who is younger, he interrupted and said, "Sir, both of us went to United States and got Nobel Prize, not in Japan. You look at what is existing in Japan. If a freshman questions the teacher inside the classroom, the candidate or the student will be thrown out of the class, maybe sometimes out of the school itself. Whereas in US, a freshman can question the senior most professor." I hope you understand the difference between these two things. In a conservative system like Japan or in India, we teach so many things. We make children aware of. We put a lot of informations. We do so many things. But what is the use of these informations? Whether children have understood the information and whether we made or we equipped our children to use the knowledge that they gained inside the class, those questions remain unanswered. When such a thing is there, we should have to make both our teachers and students come closer and closer and try to have a homely atmosphere. A student should not be afraid of teacher, and a teacher should not think that I am an authority, I am above all. My other friend used to tell always, after all, who is a teacher? He has read the same book few years earlier to the students, that's all. That is the thing that we should have. I have read these things few years earlier to my students, that's all. Since I have read these things earlier, many times I have read, I have understood, so I will explain them in such a simple way that children would understand. If that attitude comes to our teacher, we don't even require new education policy, quality would automatically come. Then, how to assess skills? That is the second question. You have taught several things. You have the children gained several things. Is our evaluation system capable of assessing the skills, capabilities, and knowledge of our students? Means, I would say big no. We only test how our children can memorize the things and reproduce. I have asked several of my students, graduate students in the sense who have come to masters. They are not able to really tell even the simple thing. Maybe suppose I ask a student, what is a straight line? Every child learns straight line in their 8th standard, 9th standard, or at least in the 10th standard, they learn straight line. But nobody is able to tell what is straight line. The answers we get are line joining 2 points or the shortest distance. Like that, several things, but nobody gives the right answer because we did not make the child understand the so-called straight line. When the concept of straight line is understood, the child would be able to use straight line in several things. Likewise, in every subject, the basic concept has to be understood by the child. So our tests are whether the child has memorized this or not is our testing method so far existing in this country. So we should drastically change our testing methods or our evaluation methods. How, in fact, we are only doing testing. We are not evaluating our children. So the evaluation process has to be thoroughly changed. There is no point in saying that secrecy, confidentiality, all these things are there in teaching, evaluation. Such being the case, how do you expect a child to have faith in the teacher if the teacher is not objectively evaluating? So no subjectivity should be involved in it. So such things should be there. So our evaluation method should know or should be totally redefined or revamped to assess the skills and knowledge of the child. That is the second requirement. I don't want to touch the third one. What are the teacher's competence consisted of? I have seen teachers carrying textbooks and notes inside the class and trying to reproduce or restate what is said in that. I should also give an example of what has happened with such teachers. One teacher went into the classroom and in a Western country, an Indian trained teacher went to a Western country, had a teaching assignment, and then he went to the first class. He taught something and came out. On the website of the course, one of the students posted that whatever the teacher taught me inside the class are there in this textbook from page such and such to such and such. The teacher was little nervous. The next class, the same thing repeated. Next class, same thing repeated. For the entire course, that one single student started doing this job. How many of our, finally the student got an excellent grade because the teacher couldn't do anything. He got an excellent grade because he has understood the subject. He has made everything possible. In an Indian system, the teacher couldn't do anything with the student. But ultimately what happened was the teacher was sent out from the institute. Whereas if the same thing existed or happened in Indian system, the student would have been thrown out of the course. So such being the case, should we not change our competencies of telling the children not from a single source? We should learn several things from several sources, and then from that, we should tell the children. Is it not very, very, very essential for us? How many of our teachers are willing to change to this attitude of going into the class and with so much knowledge imparted and then telling to children? So teachers have to be changed, their capabilities. I would say several things in this. I have seen in some of the institutes in India that the senior person, well-qualified person would go to teach, thinks that it is better I teach the senior most classes. Well, I don't teach the junior students. That should change. So when such attitudes come in, we should be able to change the education system. When that is not there, how do you expect the new education policy and education system, everything is fine. On paper, everything is good. But what reality is that we don't practice all that what is there in the paper. We only try to manage the things. Today I read another article on the evaluation and grading or grading the educational institute, how fast it is. This is because we are capable of manipulating data. I spoke to one of my fellow teachers working in an institute some 2 years back. What is your prime work now that you are doing? The answer was, sir, I am seriously working on NAG. Why should you work on NAG? You should give information, that's all. Why should you work? After 2 years, when I asked the same teacher, what are you doing? Sir, in the last 2 years, I am seriously working on NAG. What is this? What is this? If NAG is there, you should give the true picture of your institute. No window dressing the things. Your attitude is not teaching the children or improving the quality of facilities that are available in the institute. And your attempt is to window dress the facilities available and present to NAC or any other agency to get good ranking. So you say the attitude, what is our thing? Our attitude and our approach, our things are not to create good teachers, no man making, only to get good rank. What is the use of getting good rank if you produce useless graduates? This is the real problem that our Indian system is facing. The entire thing have to be revamped. If somebody asks what this new education policy has got to do these things means, I think to the best of my knowledge, there is no answer to it. The new education policy is only trying to put things. Things may be there on paper. How are you going to implement it? How are you going to make your teacher become more responsible inside the class? People who are for salary's sake, they become teachers. They have no aptitude for teaching. They don't like, they become teachers by chance. They tried various other things. They could not get. So ultimately they ended up here by some means or the other. Present day situation, becoming teacher is not at all discussable thing. Many of the things are, I don't want to wash the dirty linen in public. So if such teachers are there and such administrators are there, what are we going to do? You have one new educational policy. Every day you change the policy, nothing would happen. So this new education policy or anything should aim at changing the attitude of the teachers inside the class. Outside, I don't bother about. Inside the classroom, the teacher's attitude, mindset should be changed. That is the first thing. Then the students should also come, because I have asked several children, why did you take this course? Why do you want to do this? The answer is, sir, all my friends took, or my father wanted, or my friends went, my classmates are there. Why don't you study economics? Sir, there is no point in studying economics. How many economists we need in this country? We don't have, nobody wants to do it. So only last resort. People don't get in other subjects, go to history, economics and things like. But every subject, some children who have interest in history, their parents thrust them to go to do mathematics, chemistry, physics, or engineering or medicine like. If those things are there, any new education policy is of no use. We don't require such new education policies which do not serve the needs of it. And another question is, last, how should teachers participate in quality assurance? We need questionnaire for teachers. What should they assess? All these things are not the real things. These are addressed in the new education policy. But these questionnaires, all these things are not at all useful. They should be changed. Their attitude, mindset. In fact, my other friend used to tell, who runs several educational institutes and hospitals, healthcare institutes, he used to tell, sir, this healthcare and education should be only with government, because government only can spend money without worrying for what return they get. I, as a private educationist, the so-called educationist, I cannot spend money for the society's sake. If I put some money in, I should get back. That is my prime object, is not to train students. My good friends who are all running private education institutes should bear with me. Then another person who runs education institutes and hospital only made this statement. I am successfully running the hospital and educational institutes. But do you expect that I will do it as a charity? No, it is not possible. No single individual can do it as a charity. Only government can do it. So we made that, we gave education to private. And then how do you expect however good the person may be, however great, he cannot spend money. Even if he spends money on education as a charity, how long he can spend? Whereas government is not like that. So if quality in education were to be assured, my personal feeling is that all education institutes, right from kindergarten to research, should be by government. Whether it is possible or not, the objective should be that one day in this country, any child who wants to study something has, I don't say that private institutes should not be there. Private institutes may be there, but those who want to go there may go. But any child who wants to study in a government institute should have the possibility of getting admission. Whatever course may be. I want to do mathematics. I should get an admission in a mathematics institute, which is run by the government. My friend wants to do mathematics, but he wants to have higher, better facilities, better things, so on and so forth, which is available in a private institute. Let him pay more money and go there and study. I don't mind it. But for an ordinary child who wants to learn, should have an opening in a government institute. If that comes, then you will have, without any hurdle, you will have a quality assured in your outputs. That should be the first thing. The government, instead of looking for several policies, should have an objective that all educational institutes would be run by government. Not necessarily 100%. What I mean is, whenever there is a child, now you say in the medical admissions, how many children who want to study medicine are not, they are not able to pay the money. Whereas in government institutes, it's cheap. The interested child can go and study. Water will find naturally its own level little later. So all those who are really interested only will go to study. So first, the input should be of that sort, that I would go to study only those things which are liked by me. I want to become a doctor, I go to a medical college. I want to become an electrician, I will go to a polytechnic and learn electrical silly. I want to be a designer, I will go to an engineering college and become architect, civil engineer. So for all such things, when the facilities are open, then we can talk about the quality. Quality would automatically come. So the teachers also, when you have all children inside your classroom who are focused towards you with an eagerness to learn from you, you will become, the teacher would also become more serious, more happy teaching. So these two things were to be matched. Without that, any change in the policy, anything would be of no use. Only thing is that at any cost, the child should have an opportunity to go to an institute and learn whatever the child wants. Teachers should be, I become a teacher by choice, not by chance. Teaching is not a breadwinning game. It is a process. It is a lifetime thing. So your life, your breath, all that. I also had an experience about this teacher and his evaluation of students. One student who is in the seventh semester of an undergraduate program, the student who is in the seventh semester is facing some critical problem about his grades. If he doesn't get A grade in mathematics, his average would go down and he may be sent out of the institute. The student came to the teacher and he was begging. Teacher did not yield. He said, I don't want to talk to you anything about evaluation. Please go out. The student was begging, he was crying. With all the teacher said, you would get what you deserve. I would never disclose to you what you have written and what you are getting. How many of our teachers are capable of doing it? We yield to pressure. We are sympathetic. All that should not be there. Teacher evaluation should be impartial. If these things come in, our quality is automatically assured. You will have good children. What is that you can expect from a child inside the classroom who wants to study chemistry and is sitting in mathematics class? So that has to be changed. Second thing is, what a teacher can teach if he thinks breadwinning is his game to come and teach. So that type of teachers also should go. If these two things come, automatically quality would come. Quality is not a thing which can be imposed. Education is not an industry. It is a service. Only in industry you can impose the quality. You can test. There in the industry, the quality is tested. You have certain parameters. If those parameters met, it's good. But you cannot evaluate a graduate by testing. You can evaluate what the child has learned. And the present day tendency is in education, unfortunately, how many of my students are employed? You can go to any education institute, you will see a huge board, display board in front of the institute saying that these many companies came for recruitment and these many children got, this is their salary. And if that is the attitude of the education institutes, it is only business, no service. In such a situation, talking about quality is, I personally feel it's of no use. So what we should do is better understanding of the situation. Let me come to the final point. New education policy, touching the learning method. Minimize the direct instruction. Is it really, I doubt very much about this. If you minimize the direct instruction, that means without seeing the teacher's face from the student and student's face from the teacher, if you minimize this contact, in fact, this may be called as contact timing. If you minimize it, I think the quality is at risk. The second thing is excellent. Promote inquiry-based learning. So that is excellent. But are we giving chance for this? Are we giving a chance for the child to ask questions inside the class for its learning? So that should be given. And then personalized learning. In an Indian situation you think of, there are 60 students inside a class. How a teacher can have a personalized learning? It is very difficult. Only teacher-student ratio is brought down to 20 and below, the personalized learning can be made. Then game-based learning, let us not much worry about. E-content, simulate, all these things are high-tech. How many of our children have access to all these things? Quantum probability, quantum cryptography, artificial intelligence. All these things are called value-added course. But what about the basic course? So these things are very, very important. We should make children first understand the subject rather than preparing skilled workers. Skilled workers are prepared in the teacher training. In the polytechnics and industrial training institutes. Such things are there. There we can train students for certain skill. Whereas here, it should be a knowledge. You should impart knowledge into it. For that, all these things are of very little use. We should have first, if we want to have quality education, we should have only children who like that subject should come to learn. And we should have teachers who are really serious about teaching, who have come by choice. I wanted to become choice. I'm a teacher and then I become a teacher. If these two things are happening, then you will see that automatically the quality is assured. Other mechanisms may help boost the image of the institute. It may help the management get more children to their institute, make more money, all these things. Unless otherwise the attitude of the teachers change and the willingness of the child to come into the class change, no quality can be assured. I am able to see in the new education policy, several of the things are imposed in the real spirit. I could see, but how are we going to implement these things? Implementation with the existing scenario in this country, I don't know how far this new education policy would bring in a change unless the mindset of the administrators, that is the government, the private colleges, the teachers, all these things change. We cannot produce good graduates. If we don't produce good graduates, there is no point in having an education system. So that is the sad thing. We have to change the mindset. We have to change the attitude. All these things have to be changed. You have several attempts here, but how are you going to implement it? Who is the implementing agency? Is the government going to implement it? No. Implementing agencies are the colleges and universities. They are the administrators. What is their mindset in any institute? Those things have to be changed. If those things are changed, then automatically this would happen. So I think, in my opinion, there are several things which are put in the new education policy in an attempt to make the quality of our graduates get improved or assured. But how are we going to implement in the existing situation is the biggest question that is. You see, some of the things, working in groups, two teachers don't agree with each other. How are we going to work together? Because the attitude of both the teachers are different. One wanted to make money or earn livings, has become teacher. Another wanted to teach subject, yes. How do you expect both of them to become a group and work? So that is possible only when teachers are a uniform lot. It should not be a heterogeneous group. A homogeneous group of teachers means this can be approved. So the teacher selection itself should be objective based. So such attempts should be done. Then shift towards institution-centric research. Let me not talk about research in Indian environment. A student when joins a guide thinks that the student should get the degree within the stipulated period. When it comes to research, means doctoral degree program. How do you expect the student to get the degree, a research degree, within the stipulated period? So there should be no limit of time for the child to get the degree. It should be open. The child should work. If you get good results, good things, if you have understood the subject in such an excellent way that you can create new research is always, in my opinion, is to better understand the nature. In fact, one of our best friends, Professor Radam Narasimha, passed away a couple of days back. He is one fellow of the Royal Society in India in fluid dynamics. The citation by Royal Society is for Radam was that for better understanding of nature through fluid dynamics research. So the objective of research is for better understanding of nature. But if you take problems and just like that work on it, that is not research. So you should objective oriented research you should come. So that has to be attempted all the time. Then industry connect. I don't know what is meant by this industry connect. What industry once industry means you should put some industrial component into your course. Wherever it is necessary, you can do it. In a situation like India, how do you have interest? I gave a project proposal on electronic equipment passive cooling to the Department of Science and Technology. And I gave a presentation on this project. All the experts said, sir, you should have a connection with the industry. I said, which industry is coming forward to do it? No, we will talk to industry. They spoke to several industry. No industry was willing to work on this project. Nobody was willing to support. Ultimately, DST gave us support for this. But finally, what happened is the results that I obtained were used in a restaurant for a uniform temperature maintenance in the restaurant. Anyhow, the thing is, if you have an objective of doing research for research sake or understanding the nature sake, somebody will use. Such things will help the industry at large. So by far, my feeling on all these things is that the attitude, mindset of the teachers should change. If that changes for imparting knowledge into the children and their attempt to test their capabilities, not test, evaluating their capabilities impartially in an objective way, then automatically the quality will be assured and we will have excellent. Several attempts are made in this education policy. If they are properly implemented in the real letter and spirit, if these things are implemented, I'm sure in education sector. Thank you very much for the patient here. Thank you.
Sir?
Yes, madam.
It was much needed talk of the hour, and your session was really insightful, intellectual, and thought-provoking session about the NEP, sir.
Anyone can question me.
So once again, I thank you, sir.
Anyone can question me. I am ready to face. If there are no questions, we shall close. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the patient here.
Sir, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, yes, madam.
Sir, I am IQAC coordinator in Bangalore, one of the reputed college.
Which college, madam?
BMS
Which
college for
college?
women, sir.
BMS college. Okay, I am familiar with the institute. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I do agree 100% that if we go for an NEP, we're getting good rank for the institution with producing average students for the society. I do agree. And now, if that is the case, I think I gave a question in the chat box also that because of NEP, at least in the name of NEP, some good programs are implemented and initiated from the NEP or through NEP. How to balance this NEP?
Madam, I did not say that. Madam, I did not say that NEP is bad.
No, I do agree.
I would tell you one thing, madam.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the NIRF rankings,
yes,
one of the best universities in India is Hyderabad University. Everybody would agree with me. Okay? It found no place in first few institutes. But in my personal opinion, Hyderabad University is one of the best institutions in this country. They did not get the rank facts. They get one of the questions is, do you have ramps and lifts in your institute? Hyderabad University left it as blank. I knew another institute in this country which has a lift used only by the Vice Chancellor of the university. Only one lift used by the Vice Chancellor of the university. There are ramps only to the ground floor. First floor, second floor, third floor, nothing is there. But that institute gave the answer as yes, we have lift and ramp. They got full marks for that, whereas Hyderabad University got 0. Such manipulations should not be there. Just for getting ranks, getting for grades, it should not be there. I don't say that NAC is bad. In fact, because of NAC, certain things have improved, things have changed. Definitely, I'm not telling that NAC should not be there. What I'm saying is
that, but how to balance the documentation, initiating the program, implementation, as well as efficient teaching. How to balance that, sir? Your vast experience can throw light on this.
Madam, this documentation should not be with teachers. It should be taken away from teachers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Documentation, writing documents, presenting things to an agency is not the job of a teacher.
Yes, yes.
Long time back, when I was visiting the University of Madras, I could see the public relations officer, PRO, who came to receive me from the airport, said, "Sir, I have to go and prepare documents for the NAC. I get information from all departments, compile it and give, that's all." This is window dressing is the real problem. I am talking about window dressing. If teachers are drafted into such activities, how can they do good teaching? Once such responsibilities are thrusted on the teacher, so they will try to manage things and then go into the good books of the management rather than into the good books of the teachers. So that sort of things should be removed from the teachers. Teachers should by no means asked to prepare documents. I'm sorry, that should not, that is what, but in all institutes in India, it's only the teachers are made to work on this.
Yes,
that is
sir.
not the right thing.
Yes. Yes.
If that goes away, things would happen. Am I not right, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100% true. I was about to say, as you said, you said in your talk that for many years I am doing NAC work, and whoever say I am busy with NAC work, what they actually are doing
Yes.
is collecting information and
Clerk's work.
yes, that's all, and forgetting our
the teacher does a clerk's work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do agree. Yes.
Yes.
But sir,
Thank
at
you.
this time, faculty members are in connection with all the stakeholders, management, students, parents, with everyone. So if the faculty members are not doing the work, it is not possible for somebody else to do the work. That is also there, no, sir. The other side of the coin.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
you are presenting only documents, data. You give the data to a person, the person will compile and present it to NAC. Why a teacher in this? Why teacher? A simple clerk, a PRO in your institute would compile the things and present to NAC. Simply by window dressing, managing, beautiful the so-called binding, excellent colorful presentation, all these things. Is it the responsibility of a teacher? If the teacher teaches well, the output will be good. If the teacher does window dressing, does the activities of a clerk, teaching will go down. The quality of teaching, because you have to concentrate more on these things, because the head of the institute is bothered more about how better you have presented it and got better ranking for my institute than how good my graduates are. If my ranking in NAC is very good, yeah, then my management thinks I have achieved. But that is not the, in my opinion, opinions can differ. Madam is not very happy with my reply.
No, sir. Quality, by some means it has to be quantified also, no, sir. So we have to go for such rankings, and when we are going for such rankings,
yes, please. If you go to the ranking, you give the real picture. For producing the data, why a teacher? You give what are the things that you have in your department. Somebody will compile and give it. Then water will find its own level. When all institutes do it, if your institute is better, you will have a better ranking. Instead, if you do window dressing and then get the things, somebody will do better window dressing. So they will concentrate more on this window dressing than teaching. Today there is an article about ranking of these institutes, how they are manipulated. I think Madam should have seen that. That article which speaks about window dressing of or manipulation of ranking by institutes all over the world. This is not only the sad story in India. Everywhere this is there. I am not finding fault with Indian institutes alone.
If there is a manipulation and window dressing, it is because of the individuals, sir, not because of the system. That is why I think
system is good. I have agreed. I stated that the system is good. The education policy proposed has got ambitious things. Everything is good. If it is implemented in letter and spirit, the quality is assured. But we implement in letter, not in spirit.
So what is your suggestion for bringing this attitudinal change in the individuals, sir?
See, this attitude change, I can take the cow to the water pond, but I cannot make the cow to drink water, isn't it? Likewise, I can tell teachers that you should change your attitude, You should be soft towards your children. Whenever they ask questions, you should be patient enough to explain in such a way that they understand. I can only tell, can I make the teacher do that? That would automatically come if people come to teaching position by choice. I want to become a teacher in life, so I became a teacher. Not by chance. I did not get any other job. My father's friend was a minister, so I get a good salary, I become a teacher. Such people only ruin the system. Madam knows how many people have become teachers through backdoor entries. They ruin it. That is the problem. That should go. If as long as that exists, all these problems will be.
I think that only because of that we are having feedback mechanisms, sir.
Pardon,
360 mechanisms are. I think to rectify this, to bridge this gap, only we are having this feedback mechanism system. We are getting feedbacks from all the stakeholders, so that should reflect upon the faculty members' behavior also, no, sir?
Yes, it will reflect. But how many of us are really willing to change ourselves by this feedback? Do you agree that will you accept if a child inside the class says, "Sir, I did not understand"? You think that your authority is questioned. 99% of the teachers think that my authority is questioned whenever a child asks a question. That is the problem. The new education policy gives several technical things. What are the things to be implemented? Everything is fine. In letter, we implement all these things, but not in spirit. If we implement the new education policy, all that proposed in it, in letter and spirit, I am sure quality will be assured. If that is not there, if we implement only in letter, I don't think quality will.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us your views and observations. Now let us move on to the formal vote of thanks by Ms. Shrija.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Yes, madam.
For that wonderful answers. Sir, it was much needed talk of the hour, and it was really insightful, intellectual, and thought-provoking session from your end, sir. And I hope all our participants would have gained some knowledge out of your talk. Once again, I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear participants, we'll begin the valedictory shortly.
The chief guest for the valedictory function will be arriving shortly. We will begin the valedictory session at 3:30 p.m. I request all the participants to stay with us. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Sumati from PSGR Krishmal College for Women and convener of this FTP. Thank you very much for joining with us. Our secretary is also joining shortly. We'll begin the program within minutes. And our heartiest welcome to the great institution of PSGR Krishmal College for Women under the wings of GRG institutions.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Their mic is off, and now they will be joining, ma'am.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Concern, sir, good evening. The introduction brief. Prayer and consolation.
Professor Malhotra ji.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Malhotra ji. I am Indrani, State President of SSUN Tamil Nadu. Special thanks to you on behalf of SSUN Tamil Nadu as well for your valuable time. Once again, thanks for having readily accepting our invitation amidst your busy schedule, ji. They will start the program soon. Thank you, ji.
Thank you, madam. Good
Thank you,
evening,
sir.
sir. Welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
We begin today's program with the welcome address by Dr. N. Yashoda Devi, Secretary, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women.
Good evening to you all. I am happy to extend a warm welcome to you all to this valedictory session of Enlightening National Level Virtual Faculty Development Program on NEP implementation for internal quality assurance in higher education institutions, held from 14th December to 16th December 2020. The aim of the policy is to instill a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and disposition that supports responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living and global well-being. Feel happy to represent an institution which has already fulfilled a part of these objectives, namely quality, increased access, equity, inclusiveness, focus on skill development, vocational education, adopting a multidisciplinary approach, value education, and having satisfied serving people, more than 3 lakhs people through 7 out of 17 sustainable development goals. I extend a warm welcome to Professor V.K. Malhotra, Member Secretary, ICSSR, New Delhi, for accepting our invitation to deliver this valedictory address. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time. Professor V.K. Malhotra is presently the Member Secretary, Indian Council of Social Science Research at New Delhi. His research interests include governance and economic development. His research contribution includes many research papers and books entitled Economics of Education, which is prescribed by many Indian universities. He is on the board of Indian Council of World Affairs. He is also a member of board of many renowned social science research institutions of the country, and is also a part of the executive committees of many international research bodies and associations. I extend my appreciation and thanks to all the speakers for their enlightening addresses, giving a comprehensive picture of NEP, and the 1,040 participants from various institutions of our country who have registered. Thank you very much, all of you. The enlightening previous sessions included lectures on comprehensive picture of national education policy, innovations and challenges in designing the curriculum, opportunities and challenges in national research, redefining universities and colleges under NEP, quality institutions through NEP implementation, NEP 2020 for value education, NEP and quality enhancement by engaging stakeholders, and need for internal quality assurance system in higher education institutions by eminent speakers. And hope all of you found this faculty development program very useful. And this program could be organized only with the support of many people. My sincere appreciation and thanks to the team headed by Dr. Indrani and the team from SSN and Dr. Professor P. Kandaswamy of Bardiyar University, the mentor behind, and our NAC brand ambassador, Dr. Pradeep Siddeshwar, and our principal, Dr. Nirmala, and heads of departments and the various deans, and also the organizer of event, Dr. Sumati and team, the IQAC coordinators of various colleges for extending their support by participating in this event. You know, this policy, all of you know, the policy aims at making India a global knowledge superhouse. So let's join all our hands together in this noble journey. With these few words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. Hope you will find this session very useful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Success seems to be connected with action. Successful people keep moving and they never quit. May we now beseech Professor V.K. Malhotra, Member Secretary, ICSSR New Delhi, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, Dr. Yashoda Devi, the Secretary of this highly celebrated college in Tamil Nadu, Krishnamal College for Women. And Dr. K. Indrani also, who contacted me and perhaps is the key person behind this faculty development program in terms of making arrangements, contacting the prospective resource persons. I'm very, very pleased to be associated with this college, which is largely for women. And there has been a lot of discussion, debate, and almost a consensus all over the world that women empowerment could only come through the women education and their share at all levels of education, starting from primary and going up to, let's say, higher education, researches, and even professional education. It has to Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it has to definitely go up and it has to reach the expected levels at the earliest. So it is in this context, my compliments go to the college, which has been doing a human service for the cause of women education, their enrichment for several years, and which has been taking lead in the southern part of the country. Since you have opted for a theme which is perhaps one of the most relevant ones in the current scenario or at the country level, we all know in the month of June itself, this policy has been given a final go at the level of the cabinet of the country, and national education policy, the draft for which was submitted a year back. After sufficient amount of consultation, where more than 2 lakh people are said to have contributed, 2 lakh people and institutions have contributed. So, of course, the process of consultation for this new education policy has been very, very broad-based. My congratulations also go to the participants of this faculty development program. We know this COVID problem, this pandemic has definitely affected the normal pace of life and the normal functioning of life in several ways. But technology has provided a solution to that. And it is this solution through technology that we or this college has adopted, and people who really aspire to do the things despite constraints have been working with. And this is how this college or many more institutions and colleges, universities, research institutes, international networks, they have been operating during this period of pandemic also. So all those who have joined this program, I'm very, very sure, as we were being briefed by Dr. Yashoda Devi also, that number of good resource persons have joined and they have illuminated our understanding of the national education policy. And definitely, I'm sure, at the end of this FDP, everybody among the participants stands enriched and knows much better than one could have imagined about. And they have gone through different aspects, different dimensions, not only in terms of the fact that they might have come across, but also in terms of the analysis, in terms of further more value addition that we can think about, and that this policy also intends to discuss, talk about, and finally implement. There is no doubt about it. None other than the Prime Minister of the country has said that we have given to the nation this policy, and the final ways where this path has to be traveled, the final path on which we shall be trying to reach the or achieve the objectives of this policy will definitely take a little more time to be finally very well defined. And it is this process of defining that process that we are rightly in, and we are talking about it. There is a famous saying that while we discuss, and when we discuss at length, of course, the issues become clearer than what we may have imagined. If I talk in terms of since you intend to focus on the quality assurance in higher education, I'll be coming to that issue after highlighting that what this policy basically intends to achieve. If I talk in terms of the major objectives of this policy, of course, broad basing education is one of the key objectives of the policy. The education at every level, whether primary, secondary, or higher, or professional, or any other kind of education that we can talk about, is going to be much more broad-based than it ever was. We know a right to education gave right in certain terms, but now this education policy vows to cover the children is starting from a very young age of 3 to 4 years and going up to almost 18 to 20 years or 21 years of age. And then every part of the country is going to be covered by the policy. The policy also intends to reach every corner of the country. And this is where it intends to be more inclusive than ever in the past any policy has been. Remember, this policy lays its trust on imparting education in our own languages, in the languages which are provided in the Constitution, and sometimes more than that, in local languages. Some of the local languages may not have been provided in the Constitution, but we know in the remote schools and colleges, sometimes students have to be given education, they have to be imparted education in their own language as far as possible. Because there is an understanding in this draft, and this understanding exists in terms of the research record in the country also. This understanding definitely was very much in the minds of those who were part of this draft of the new education policy, that perhaps denial of education in our own language has somewhere resulted into creating hindrances for those who could not have gone for their own language. That's one of the hindrances this policy intends to talk about. And this is why I said broad basing the education. And the another basic objective of the policy emerges is the inclusivity that this policy talks about, that it intends to cover anybody whosoever is interested in education and must be interested in education. A right to education establishes beyond doubt that any child in this country has to be educated. And so India is definitely moving ahead with an idea to educate all. And under SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, none should be left behind. With these things in mind, the policy moves ahead. The structures are going to be redefined. the structures are going to be much different from what they have existed in the past. In the sense, you look at the structure of the primary education in the country, it is definitely going to have an overall, in the sense that we are emphasizing that a school must have a certain minimum infrastructure. There has to be a clustering of schools, right? Similarly, in secondary education and in higher education also, we are facing the problem of numbers at two levels. We have several universities, but we have several colleges, more than 45, 50,000 colleges, but average number of students in each college and university is said to be far lower than the international standards. And this is why these structures, and perhaps we have been having the structures, we did not guarantee, we did not assure quality at any point of time. And we have been living with those structures for long, 60, 70 years now. So the policy definitely discusses different structures that are expected to emerge after or with the implementation of this policy. In India, there has been a debate, there has been a very serious debate on the issue, especially in the last 5 to 6 years. There has been a serious debate on the kind of higher education institutions that we have. Do they have any international ranking or not? So international ranking has been one of our key concerns. Every time the international ranking lists are out, we are all tempted to see whether there are certain Indian institutions which figure in that list of top 50, top 100, or top 200, or top 500. And then we say that there are certain institutions in the country that figure in the list of top 200 or top 500 or something like that. And then we start also talking about whether we have institutions that figure in top 100 of the country, top 200 of our own selves. Remember a few years back itself, we decided in terms of having a national institution ranking framework. And we did define, because I remember prior to that, the rankings in this country were largely done by some of the private or research institutions, and there existed no common ranking parameters, in fact, at the country level. But after Ministry of Human Resource Development, which is now known as Ministry of Education, gave to the nation stable parameters of ranking the institutions of all kinds in the country, different types of universities, IITs, IIMs. So for every type of institution, we have a definite type of a ranking, ranking related parameters also. And it is on those basis that the institutions in the country are ranked. And we come to know about, let's say, a given system, which is very transparent. One could go at the website of Ministry of Education and see how ranking is done for different types of institutions. It speaks undoubtedly about our awareness and our somewhere appreciation of the fact that no uniformity in ranking framework existed prior to that, but now we have a system which offers a certain degree of uniformity at the national level at least. And I'm sure those of us who can analyze this with the international institution, they can see the degree of alignment between our own ranking parameters and also international ranking parameters. So we can all understand it easily that since nothing of this sort existed, and now there is an appreciation about that, there is an understanding that it did not exist earlier. Now let it exist now onwards, and it can be compared. It's comparable for the institutions within the country, and when we scale it up, then the institutions in the country can be compared with the international institutions, and we can notice how far we are close to or how far we are inching towards becoming international and how distant we are from being internationally well-ranked institutions. There is another important dimension of the problem, and there is a strong realization. We know that India is a young, aspiring country. If we look at the composition of the population, we find that for 15 years to 40 years of age, almost 65, 66% of the population falls in that category. And there is again a strong realization that a good proportion of those who are seeking employment, they are not employed well. And then we try to find a reasoning behind that. Why should it be happening? The answer is very, very plain. That one, we do not have perhaps adequate level of skills corresponding to the degrees that we possess. So it's a, and this finding is very well reflected in the policy document also. Then this document also intends to improve the facilitation in terms of outreach of education. As I said in the beginning also, in India, thus far, the education has been slightly or to a good extent rigid in structure. This policy discusses in terms of flexibility also. We may have all read about the flexibility that this policy document offers in terms of multiple entries and multiple exits. The emphasis is not essentially making undergraduate degree 4-year degree, but in very introduction of certificate, diploma, degree, and followed by advanced degree definitely is in tune with the very idea of flexibility, which offers multiple entries and multiple exits. So even if you exit in the earlier framework, if you exit at any stage, it doesn't bring you any, let's say, value in terms of certificate or certification of what you may have achieved in terms of skill or in terms of qualifying the examinations. But it definitely offers a facility of that nature. And secondly, since it also offers credit transfers within the country and also credit transfers across the borders of the country. Or, we have been in a system where movement from one institution to another institution, one college to another, one university to another was extremely difficult because of the fact they had their own syllabi and there was no system of equivalence or credit transfers earlier. So one who may have completed 1 year in one type or one particular, maybe in South, and intends to then move to, for several reasons, might be interested in moving to northern part of the country, then we'll have to think that I'll have to complete my degree where I am because no credit transfer will be taking place. So that's not going to be the order of days to come. Credit transfers will be there. So not only at national level, degrees will become comparable, syllabi will become comparable, and the quality of education would also become to a large extent comparable in nature. What I read from this policy is that this policy definitely talks about breaking silos. Everywhere in the world over last 100, 150 years, what has happened is that in the West, in United States, in Europe, in last 20, 25 years, the silos are getting broken. But in India, still we were continuing in academics, a culture of maintaining silos, maintaining boundaries. But these disciplinary boundaries are definitely getting broken. There is a strong realization now that single discipline-based approach may not bring the results to the nation as far as higher education is concerned or researchers in the country are concerned. It is a proven fact that at international level, good researches are definitely taking place in collaborative and interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary frameworks. These are not taking place with disciplinary boundaries very tightly and very rigidly defined. There is also a focus on making education more indigenous than it ever was. And that is how upscaling local to the global level is being talked about. And so making education more indigenous, talking about local systems, problems, societies, innovations, production techniques is being or has been discussed under the policy, and raising those to the international levels or upscaling those to the international level is somewhere documented also. And then bringing, because there has been a strong belief, perhaps being traditional, being indigenous may not be all that being scientific. So that myth that there is a difference, because I'll try to give you one example of Japanese society. They are more traditional than Indians are, yet they are considered to be one of the most scientific people in the world. So is the case to a large extent with Koreans also. So many societies have developed themselves while being completely based on indigenous system. They have definitely established themselves at the international level in terms of scientificism also. As I said in the beginning, we are a young society and country, and fulfillment of our aspirations of the youth and the talented Indians is definitely the challenge before the policy makers and the policy implementers of the country. And we know that India in the past 1,000, 2,000 years back, India has been a society which had taken the lead in knowledge creation, and not by merely, and in the current scenario also, we cannot, since we were a knowledge creator in the world, and we were leaders among knowledge creators. There were very few knowledge creators 1,000 years back or 2,000 years back, and India was one among those. That means traditionally also India has been a very much scientific society. So under colonial rule and maybe foreign rulers, we perhaps started to disbelieve ourselves. And this is why we started to think perhaps being traditional does not mean being scientific also. And there is a big gulf of difference between being traditional and being scientific at the same time. Whereas there are examples before us that we can be together, both traditional as well as scientific. And when I say traditional, I essentially mean drawing good examples from our past culture and civilization. Of course, when the world is changing at a very fast pace, we cannot, in terms of knowledge, in terms of innovations, we cannot be silent observers. We have to participate in that. And as I said, India being aspirational in nature, somewhere we definitely intend to participate in knowledge contribution also. Then there is another option. I mean, we for last 60, 70 years, we had switched over largely to an option of knowledge importer than being knowledge creator ourselves. Now is perhaps a realization in the society, and which is an outcome of several factors taken together. One, India is aspiring to play a prominent role at the international level. We all know India in terms of GDP is absolute size of GDP is the 5th largest economy of the world. In terms of purchasing power parity GDP, India is the 3rd largest economy in the world. And so, drawing implications from that, India intends to definitely contribute more towards international relations, diplomacy, and also knowledge creation of scientific knowledge, innovations, and of course, dissemination of that knowledge. India intends to be one of the key role players at the international level. So then the choice between whether we shall continue to import knowledge or shall we contribute ourselves to those levels in the knowledge creation or not, definitely these options have to be explored. We know that over last 6-7 months itself, the nation is also somewhere having a relook at self-reliant India or Atmanirbhar Bharat. So how this idea can be converted into a reality, that being the question of prime importance before us. Of course, one thing is very much there for sure. Without improving the quality of education, quality of research, quality of knowledge creation, quality of knowledge dissemination, India cannot be self-reliant and a world leader in knowledge creation and cannot ever become Atmanirbhar unless its own technology, technique of production, health, education, they draw the benefit from India's vast talent pool, especially the talent pool which is involved in knowledge creation and knowledge dissemination. There is no doubt about it. I said that India has a history of knowledge creation and being one of the leaders and one of the few leaders in the world historically, and we should not be seen with doubt our scientificism also. I'll give you a few examples that India, since ancient times, is known for urban civilization, city development, institutions like Takshila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, and Vikramshila, like universities. Those of us who have read the foreign accounts of travelers to India, I think no journey in the ancient time was considered to be complete without visiting India and without visiting the places of knowledge in India. It is why that till date, many of the advancements in the world of knowledge, in mathematics, in metallurgy, in healthcare, even surgeries, grammar, literature, architecture, music, art, costumes, food, etc. So from software to hardware, right, they have been attributed to India, and they have been attributed to India for having such things for long, more than 2,000, 2,500 to 5,000 years. We have started to talk about ecological balance, climate change, environmental concerns in the recent past. But we definitely had a culture and a civilization which had deep concerns about sustainable development. So these have existed. We could train the best scholars of the world. There is hardly any account of the foreign traveler, as I said, which could get completed without visiting India, which did not contain one's own understanding of how did one find India. We have a little, let's say, a little lesser time then it would require me to explain on that dimension. Maybe when I get another opportunity to interact with you, I'll be explaining how foreign accounts about India have talked about India in these concerns. So, as I said, modern world over last 100, 150 years, especially last 50 years or less than 50 years, 25 to 20 years, the modern world has been witnessing very rapid changes, transformations, shifts, including paradigm shifts. So Atmanirbhar or self-reliance is also one of those paradigm shifts that I intend to talk about on this occasion. Because we are trying to, why I'm talking about paradigm shift, the reasoning of that lies in the fact, perhaps we are in a world which is examining its own theories, its own principles at a pace and rate which never existed before. So we are getting more scientific with every passing day. And this is why our exploration and examination, definitely they are increasing at a higher rate. Our aspirations, we all know, they include better quality of life. None of us wants a deteriorated quality of life. We want ever improving quality of life in every sense of the word. Improved standards of living. We know that especially Indians, they have an aspiration that perhaps their standards need to improve further. And we know in terms of dietary habits, in terms of education, in terms of health infrastructure, in terms of techniques of production, where do we stand and where do we intend to go? At least aspirationally, we have started to talk about that. Those of us who may have seen Industry 4.0, they may understand where the technique of production is supposed to reach in coming few years' time. We know all that. So where lifestyle has to go, and finally where employment has to go as a result of acquiring skills, and all these taken together, our education, health, life, techniques of production and employment, finally they get reflected in our per capita income also. And this is what aspirational India talks about. So as the world is changing at a fast pace, so if we do not definitely change ourselves, if we do not definitely bring about changes, shifts, including paradigm shifts in India at that pace, we are considered to be left behind, in fact, in that process of change at the international level. And I started with this view that we definitely intend to be one of the leaders at the global level. And this is why when we intend to be leaders at the global level, the degree of changes, the degree of shifts has to be improved. Otherwise, those who do not improve with time, those who do not upscale themselves with times, they are bound to be left behind. Many new issues before the world have emerged and which need an answer, in terms of new knowledge, in terms of new innovations, in terms of new shifts, and in terms of new ventures and endeavors in the area and domain of knowledge itself. For example, the changes like climate change that we are talking about today. Where from the water resources be generated in future, and what kind of water resources. I need not make a special mention that there's a lot of discussion going on converting seawater into drinkable water, and at what cost. The entire dynamics of population. Some countries say that they are not growing at expected rate because their population is low, and where growth rate of population is low. There are certain countries like India where we intend to check population growth rate, make population more skilled, better educated, better better endowed with health infrastructure also. Artificial intelligence is another area. Remember what I'm talking about today. It is all being recorded. It is all being witnessed, not only by you as participants, it is being witnessed by the entire world. Whenever we visit Google, whenever we visit Amazon kind of platforms, we are being watched by millions of people at that global level. And it generates, the analysis of that requires different types of intelligences, including artificial intelligence, sometimes which is definitely introduced in various kind of softwares, which finally go into not only in analysis, but they also go in techniques of production. Machine learning, big data. I was talking about a big data right now and big data analysis, biotechnology. I said health infrastructure. Entire COVID-19 pandemic has definitely raised a very pertinent issue. The issue of what your health level is, what your hygiene level is, what your immunity level is, and what is the existing degree of health infrastructure in case of any contingency related to severe health problems. Sanitation, energy production. Remember, none other than the Prime Minister of the country is talking about sanitation. Swachh Bharat. All right. Energy production and consumption. We are emphasizing. Recently, India has committed that by 2030, India would definitely be fulfilling its commitment in terms of energy production and consumption, and will be adhering to the emission norms. Communication, there is before us, from 1G to 5G, we have already made a move. And you can look at the speed also of communication. In days to come also, this speed is not going to be getting stagnated at this level. It is going to further improve the different kind of processes also. Technology, transportation. Why are we talking about bullet train? The answer is very clear. Because we used to think imaginatively that I'm thinking about reaching a particular place in the world. I must reach there within few minutes or seconds or hours. There used to be a time it used to take from India to reach England several months, but now we can reach within few hours. Now we aspire to reach different places in few hours by train also. Those of us who might have traveled in Europe through underwater trains also, they may have experienced all these kinds of things. So urban infrastructure, small cities, bullet trains, as I said, revitalization of the rural areas. Even rural areas are going to be revitalized. The rural areas in days to come will not be the kind of rural areas that have existed in the past. They will be having, a good degree of infrastructure. They would perhaps be somewhere providing the rural people the required minimum infrastructure in and around their villages itself. Remember, this pandemic has definitely forced many people to migrate to their places of origin. And we are seeing in literature also, and in popular articles also, many of them may not wish to come back because they migrated 20, 25 years back when the villages were much different from what they are today. And with Prime Minister saying, Atmanirbhar Bharat, if villages are made more self-reliant in India, I think many more people will not be migrating to the urban centers and to the metropolitan cities, especially to the magnitude that we have witnessed in the past. Skilling and important, and there are several issues which have emerged as a result of the fast pace of life, the quick changes in life, for example, old age, mental stress, new issues, like the pandemic one, disaster management, how to manage the situation, where several lakhs of crores might be required at a point of time, and you are in the middle of such a crisis and you don't have anything. And due to these stresses, economic issues, social issues, the level of violence, peace, and terrorism in the societies. At international level, the concept like dominance and expansionism. So all these require, I'm flagging these issues with an idea to establish the very importance of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary education, and the structures that are expected to come up with the new education policy implementation. So I said that under the realm of self-reliance, we intend to definitely talk about bringing neglected areas and problems into the mainstream. That being the idea. NEP 2020 definitely discusses in sufficient volume the quality aspect. A ranking framework I've already tried to talk about, that we intend to have many more institutions at the international level, rankings being top 100 or top 200. In the recent past, when new rankings at the international level have come, we have found that at least 3 institutions of India have found their places in those rankings. Right. The idea is that over next 10 years, we should have at least among top 20 institutions, we should have at least 20 to 25 institutions from India. The idea that we intend to achieve in coming days is like that. I'm very happy to see particularly that this NEP 2020 very candidly talks about the leadership issues in the educational institutions. It also raises the issues related to appointment of the faculty, principals, vice chancellors, the boards also. And it also talks about giving or extending autonomy to the institutions and how this leadership. One particular idea in raising the quality that can be appreciated is that it talks about overlap between the terms of the 2 head of institutions. I think it's a fantastic idea, because in India, normally we have suffered from this phenomenon that one head leaves and the other one joins, and other one takes again several months or maybe years together to understand the institution. So overlap can be a very good idea, and institutional leadership building can be really very, very productive, and it may contribute phenomenally to the growth of the academic institutions. Another thing that we have been suffering from is, I said skill is one area, capability is another area, and our capacity building is third important area where India has been suffering. So NEP 2020 definitely talks about all these aspects. Since you want me to concentrate slightly on quality research through internal quality assessment also, so I'll be devoting few minutes on that. So why IQAC is important? This question must come to our mind. This education policy draft or document talks about 3 types of institutions: the institutions which are teaching intensive, the institutions which are research intensive, which are both teaching as well as research intensive. The basic idea is, and then there is, I said, it definitely dismantles the boundaries. It doesn't say that institutions which are teaching intensive or which declare themselves to be teaching intensive cannot convert to research intensive. Of course, teaching to a large extent is dissemination in nature, whereas research to a large extent is knowledge creation. And there is a definite layer of understanding that in the initial phase of the development of the institution, academic institution, of course, we have to essentially go for the teaching. And then we have to intensify that teaching. After we have reached a certain level in terms of ranking and grades, then only we start thinking in terms of going about researches and excelling in those researches. So there is a given order of achieving the things. And this is why the document intends to talk about all that. So we know as far as IQAC is concerned, there are certain parameters. I know those of us, when we apply for promotions, we normally, most of the things are treated very casually. For example, those of us who take classes or who do not take classes, all are shown to be taking classes on a regular basis, and they get the full scores for that. Right. So perhaps somewhere we lack our courage to make a very clear mention about whether we were fulfilling our duties or not. Be very clear that if we are not discharging our duty to the expected level and still getting promoted, somewhere we are helping the quality of education and research in the country to deteriorate. And then when it deteriorates, how could we be performing well in the international ranking framework? The answer is very, very simple. So what I'm intending to talk about is that when we go to seminars, conferences, workshops, how many times do we go prepared? How many times do we consult the literature? How many times do we prepare the notes? Do we really contribute the papers or not? Do we make a point that we publish something? As I said, that how many days in a year do we take our classes as per schedule? So these are the issues which are very, very vital for internal quality assessment. And when we teach, for example, some institution, some college or some university is essentially teaching intensive or is largely into teaching, then they definitely must mind how many times in last 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years time, they have revised their syllabi. What new have they introduced? When they revise their syllabi, do they consult the, the syllabi in that discipline at the international level or in the good institution at the national level? Every time, do we even turn over the indicative syllabus prescribed by the model syllabus prescribed by UGC even? Do we put it like that or not? How many times our teachers are interested in taking new courses, making new efforts to understand those courses? Because every day, every discipline is definitely facing new challenges, new additions, and we have to orient ourselves towards that newness within that discipline, or we have to accordingly make changes in the syllabus of that discipline or that course. But how often do we bring about those changes is definitely the moot issue before us. And when we say that how are you contributing towards institution building, do we really spell out our roles or not? Most of the times it merely comes in the form of avoiding teaching and somehow participating in administrative duties. Whereas it should be in addition to that. Administrative duties cannot be a replacement of the teaching intensity or the research intensity of a good institution. So, and finally, I feel that output of a good institution can also be measured not only in terms of high quality teaching. High quality teaching can be reflected only in regularity of teaching, hours of teaching, commitment towards teaching, newness in teaching, introduction of innovative techniques in teaching, upgradation of syllabus at a regular interval, and introduction of new courses which are in demand both at the national and international level. So this is how teaching can be upscaled. And of course, researchers can be upscaled by contributing, by being introduced to research networks of the country and the world, by being introduced to collaborations, entering into interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, high quality researches and contributing papers in those. And then making sure that whatever we contribute is relevant to the society and policy making, and it is seen, read, and cited by others. And the final outcome of whatever we do as academics is definitely leaving an impact, and leaving an impact for a very long period to come. None other than the students know the importance of a teacher and the institution. They are our final outcome. How well they are received in the market, at what level they are received in the market, who are the institutions employing them, and at what level they are seen at the national and at the international level. So how many people eye for admissions in good institutions? That remains the hallmark of our assessment of our final output in terms of a student, and that must be so. So three things for the institution, for IQAC, are very important. That is the teaching, the quality of teaching, the quality of research or knowledge creation, and finally, the quality of students. And when I say, then we must ask ourselves this question: whatever skills or whatever level this course or syllabus is finally supposed to impart to the student, is it doing justice to that or not? Is our output easily acceptable in the market or not? Are there skill levels, including soft skills level, personality, and also in terms of ethics? Are they performing as per our expectations or not? So I think this is, and this NEP definitely gives sufficient degree of autonomy to the best performing institution. And that's very rightly so. Those who can perform and who are performing, they will definitely contribute more, and they can decide about themselves. They can take their own decisions. One who are not performing and continue to be non-performing assets for the country and the academics of the country, they cannot be given this opportunity to decide for themselves and take their own decision. And this is why they have to act in a given framework and not beyond it. So with these words, I would like to stop here itself. I'm very, very pleased that I could express my views before this learned audience. I hope it has not only benefited me personally, but it would definitely somewhere give a thought for consideration of yours at your level, and a thought for improvement at personal and also at institutional level. With these words, thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Lot of information. Thank you very much for your enlightening address. We know, I think based upon your speech, we can decide about what should be our future course of action. Right. You have given us a rough idea. Thank you very much for the same.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support provided by ICSSR to our institution in all possible ways.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Sir, we would like to thank you for throwing some light on quality assurance in higher educational institutions with regard to national education policy, and also for briefing us about ranking of institutions and structures of higher educational institutions with reference to NEP. We too accept along with you, sir, about the idea and importance of Atmanirbhar Bharat and knowledge creation. Once again, I thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
The depth and the willingness with which we serve is a direct reflection of our gratitude. May we beseech Mrs. Sophia Reena, Head, Department of Information Technology, P.S. Krishnamurthy College for Women, Coimbatore, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. Gratitude is the fairest blossom that brings from the soul. On behalf of all, I take this opportunity to thank whose contribution have made everyone proud and whose efforts have made this national level virtual FDP on NEP implementation for internal quality assurance in higher education, supported by UGC Paramash scheme, a truly grand success. I place on record a deep sense of gratitude to our founder trustee, Sri G.R. Govindarajulu and Srimati Chandragandhi Govindarajulu for their great vision in women empowerment. Profound thanks and gratitude are due to Mr. G. Rangaswamy, Managing Trustee, and Dr. R. Nandini, Chairperson, PHGR Krishnamal College for Women, for their support rendered to us. It is an immense pride for me to convey my gratitude to our Secretary, Dr. N. Yashoda Devi, ma'am, for giving us various golden opportunities to gain more knowledge. I register my profuse thanks to our Principal, ma'am, Dr. S. Nirmala, for adding new dimension for the institution. I sincerely thank Professor V.K. Malhotra, Member Secretary, ICSSR, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest for the valedictory function. Your presence has added grandeur to today's function, sir. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General ICCR, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural function. I am very thankful to the guest speakers, Dr. Mail Murugan, Head of Commerce, Madura College, Madurai, Dr. Timur Tirupati, Department of Biochemistry, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya, for gracing the technical session with their presence. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Jayendra Singh Jadhav, Professor, Gujarat Commerce College, Ahmedabad, Dr. Pradeep Siddeshwar, Senior Professor, Department of Mathematics, Christ University, Bangalore, Dr. S. Deenadayalan, Head of Economics, Madura College, Madurai, for their magnificent deliverance about NEP implementation. I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. R.K. Mittal, Chaudhry Bansilal University, Haryana, and Dr. P. Kandaswamy, retired professor and head, Department of Mathematics, for enriching the participants with their presence. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. K. Sumati ma'am, convener, for her effort to conduct this FDP in grand success. My sincere thanks to Dr. Indrani and her team, SSUN Tamil Nadu, for their support. I extend my thanks to Dr. Athina, Dr. Rajarajeshwari, Dr. Sia Parvati, Dr. Shaktikala, Dr. Shrija, Mrs. Mognapriya, and Ms. Regula Mercy of our institution for the successful conduct of this program. My sincere thanks to Mr. Venugopal, System Manager of our institution, for his meticulous support, who is taking care of the technical aspect of our FDP. I would like to thank Professor S. Balasubramanian, Director of International Relations and GRG Center for Advanced Studies, for the guidance and support in all our endeavors. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from the Director, GRG SMS, Deans, Head of the departments, and faculties. I would like to thank the non-teaching staff for their help in making necessary arrangements for the program. I thank all other distinguished delegates who have accepted our invitation and given generously of their time. Thank you for joining with us. We hope to meet you again within short time in another one such program. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Indrani. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, madam. You are always welcome. Our association with your institution should go a long way.
Sure, sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Congrats, Sumati team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the support.
We believe that our participants would have gained very good knowledge about NEP implementation. We come to the end of the session. The will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach your full potential. These are the keys that will unlock to personal excellence. With this quote, we wish success to all the dignitaries and participants in their upcoming ventures. Let this wonderful virtual FDP on NEP implementation for internal quality assurance in higher educational institutions with the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
the participants for your full cooperation. Thank you.